right. Oh, okay.
Donald Trump has announced a new policy position, no tax on overtime. It's brilliant. I support it. Every single libertarian in the country is probably clapping, and they support it because they're getting rid of taxes. So Donald Trump says no tax on tips. Now he says no tax on overtime. I'm a big fan. It's a big move. I wonder how long until Kamala Harris adopts the same position. But interestingly, while the political class does keep pushing that Kamala Harris won the debate, I don't think they're asking themselves what it means to win the debate, because they're looking at decorum, they're looking at behavior, they're looking at Trump's attitude, and certainly I would agree if that's the metric. However, CNN ran a flash poll that found when it came to issues of the economy, people who favored Trump lightly favored him more afterwards on the economy. Now, Kamala Harris wants more debates, and Trump said no. Interesting question. Does Kamala want more debates because she did so well, she wants to keep battering Trump, or does she want another debate because she missed her opportunity to articulate an economic position, and Trump realizes he can't give her that opportunity? So we're going to talk about that. The betting markets, wow, Poly Market's got a 74% chance for Kamala, but Nate Silver's got 60% for Donald Trump. Yo, we're in the final stretches. 54 days to go until the election. And then I got to give a shout out to Matt Walsh. He's doing the Lord's work. Several prominent DEI personalities have disabled their X accounts following the trailers for Am I Racist? And now we have a statement from Robin DiAngelo, this DEI writer. I gotta tell you, it kind of looks like she's trying to gear up for some kind of fraud claim. But let's be real, if she were to sue Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire, it would make them more famous and it'd make them more money. So we'll talk about all of that, but before we do, my friends, head over to CasBrew.com. We got great coffee. We got Appalachian Nights, and we're officially sold out of all of the Mr. Bokus Pumpkin Spice experience. To all of our fans who bought the final batch, just know, keep the bag. Once you're done with that coffee, you know, fold the bag up and keep it as a souvenir, because this one will never exist again. The next bag will only ever be the in memoriam. Focus with Mr. Bokus. And so the original press of the Mr. Bokus Pumpkin Spice bags were when he was a living mascot. And in his memory, we are creating a special blend for him, for espresso, and this bag will never exist. So castbrew.com. Also head over to timcast.com, click join us, or sign up to become a member and support our work directly. We will have a big update for you next week on our lawsuit against the Kamala Harris campaign. It is ongoing. There have been some moves, but I got to let the lawyers do their thing. Trust me when I say we're going very, very fast relative to how these things normally go, but I want to make sure you know that we have not stopped our efforts there. If you'd like to support us, timcast.com, become a member, but also smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all of your friends. Right now, joining us to talk about this and everything else is Joel Valdez.
Thanks so much for having me. Hey everyone, my name is Joel Valdez. For those who don't know me, I am a pro-Trump MAGA operative in Washington, D.C. For the past 4.5 years, I served as communications director for the great Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida. And as of this week, I'm starting as senior advisor for Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. So glad to be back on Timcast. Thank you guys for having me. If you want to follow me at Real Joel Valdez, and happy to be back in the show.
Yeah, man. Congrats on the promotion, dude. That's fantastic. I am Ian Crossland, internet video gamer, streamer, also musician, actor, social media developer. I'm really happy to be back. Good to be here, too.
Yeah, it's fun to have you, Joel. We had your new boss on earlier this week. She watched the pre-show for the debate with us. So I'm glad you could join us in our new studio. I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. That's Scanner News. Check out all of their work at Timcast News on the internet. Let's get started.
Here's the big story from Reuters.com. Trump says he will end all taxes on overtime. I love where we're going. Trump says no taxes on tips. I agree. Kamala Harris comes out and says, oh yeah, no taxes on tips too. So Trump tries to undercut her by saying, oh yeah, no taxes on overtime. She's going to have to come out and entertain the same policy, Trump's then going to come out and say 20% off taxes. We are looking at market competition towards the end of taxation. Is he gonna? I wonder if he's gonna keep one-upping Kamala, or she's trying to copy him, so he keeps one-upping her until he gets to the point where he goes, okay, fine, flat tax, flat sales tax, no income tax. That's where we're going.
No, I love where this is going. It's eventually going to have to get to that point where abolish the federal income tax or abolish the IRS. I think these sound like great ideas, and I think we're on that path.
At a rally, he said, quote, as part of our additional tax cuts, we will end all taxes on overtime. Your overtime hours will be tax-free. That's the right move.
It is. That's
Absolutely.
incredible.
But do you think Kamala Harris will now rip this policy off?
Yep.
I think that's her signature move right now, and it's interesting because she in no way is ever setting the trend. He is always leading. She is always following. That should tell you right now, for someone who took forever to release her policies, she should really just admit that she will do whatever Donald Trump tells her to.
Yeah. Also, he wants to get rid of tax on Social Security too, right? That was another. I saw a super chat already.
He's talked about that before, I think.
So these are, while you're pulling that up, I imagine this is overtime. This is just income tax. No more income tax on your overtime. Not that the company doesn't have to pay payroll tax or anything.
This is true. This is from a few days ago, actually. Trump also promised to end taxes on Social Security. I knew I'd seen it somewhere.
Jeez.
And it makes sense. It's insane to tax Social Security.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
Unemployment too. You pay taxes to make sure that you get to receive unemployment, and then when you receive your unemployment, you're supposed to pay taxes on that again, on something you've already paid taxes on to get. Doesn't make sense. It's a double dip.
Agreed. It makes no sense. So Trump is leading the charge on getting rid of people's taxes. And I think it's fairly obvious when you cut taxes, the economy improves. Generally speaking.
Yeah.
I
I think it's what voters need to hear right now, that there is a potential for relief to come because so many people are struggling economically, struggling to keep up with inflation, and also to keep up with the demoralization, right? If you feel like you're being told by the government, oh, but buying power is up, but you're saying, well, I am still paying a ton for everything and it seems to only be getting worse, hearing that someone actually wants to make your life easier is what you need.
I think this would cost the government a bunch of money because they're not going to be taking in income tax on overtime, but it would save the citizens a lot of money, which then could incentivize them to spend it in other realms where they're going to be putting the money back into the government through other forms of taxation. I guess that's the plan. I don't know what his numbers are and how much he intends for the government to lose in the immediate and then recoup in the long run.
I can just tell you this, that I used to have to work overtime all the time. So working out of O'Hare, you had what's called mandatory overtime. So as part of the union contracts, if you're working there was the morning shift and the night shift. So this is ramp, this is loading planes, pushing back planes, things like that. You get in at 1:30, you're out by 10. But if your plane is delayed, you have no choice. You are required by your contract to stay. We call it mandatory overtime. And some people like it. Most people hated it. And that's why we hated working the night shift. But the morning shift was 5:30 until 1. So for a lot of people, it's like, it's pretty brutal to have to choose 5:30 in the morning. If you want to work 1:30 and then work tonight, you're going to get hit with overtime. I got to tell you, if I had been working and Trump came out and said this, I'd have been like, that right there, nothing else matters. That got my vote.
I mean, Trump is consistently proving that he's the change candidate in this race.
Absolutely.
And it also, I think, reaffirms that he is the leader of the Republican Party because, Trump comes out with a brilliant policy followed by members of Congress introducing legislation almost immediately. I think when President Trump first said no tax on tips, Congressman Matt Gaetz introduced legislation that followed it immediately with the Social Security. I think it was Congressman Thomas Massey introduced the Senior Citizens Tax Elimination Act, so that there is an elimination of the unjust double tax, which Congresswoman Boebert's also a co-sponsor on. And so it's great to see that President Trump leads the charge. We have members of Congress backing him up, and neocons in shambles.
I got a question about this. Is it no tax on the, just because of overtime, time and a half? It's basically what you're getting, time and a half. So you get paid $10 an hour, you're going to be getting paid $15 for your overtime hours. Is this just tax-free on those extra $5, on that extra 50%, or is this
it's tax-free on
every
15?
Wow.
Yeah, because he said overtime hours. He didn't say overtime pay. So imagine this. It's at this point now, I think, I'd be interested to check in with my old jobs and see how much they're paying now. Because when I was there, it was like $10 an hour. You were loading planes, you're getting $10 an hour. You do overtime, you get 15, but who cares? Because they're like, but you're getting taxed on a percentage. So it's just everybody rolls their eyes like, thank you for the extra $10 to make it so I can't get home and go to bed. And I got to wake up in the morning. And, you know, what I would add is when I worked at the airport, I like to do 4 shifts in 2 days. Get in at 5:30, leave by 10. Be there the whole day, because then you can get as many hours as you can in, and then you have the rest of the week for whatever the projects you're working on, whatever you want to do. But you always get hit with that mandatory overtime. If you're getting $10 an hour, and then you're only taking home 8, but now they say, but don't worry, if you work overtime, you're going to be getting basically double your pay, because now the whole 15 is not going to be taxed at all. People are going to be begging for overtime. It's a good point, because Trump says the people who work overtime, some of our hardest workers, but this is going to incentivize overtime. That's great for the economy. People can be working more. Now, there is, alternatively, it could be bad. You know why it could be bad? Because now there are going to be companies that say, why hire another staffer? If maybe it's $10 an hour for employee A, but I need someone who can work a few hours at the end of the day. I got to hire another employee $10 an hour. Whoa. I just have one employee work extra overtime, and he's going to make more money than if I paid him anyway. So it could have a perverse incentive where companies actually want to hire less because people are willing to work even longer.
Yeah. I think you really want to incentivize more employees is what you want.
And a lot of companies, from what I know, are having trouble hiring. One of the reasons they have to ask for extra overtime right now from current workers is that they do not have people applying to fill openings that they have. So while it could incentivize them to just continue to extend overtime hours for already overtime workers, I think you might see people who are not that interested in going to the job market right now start applying with more vigor. Because, you know, if you are able to say, okay, I'm going to work this many hours a week, but all of my overtime is actually going to be tax-free, you ultimately earn a lot more in the long term over the course of a year. And I think people want that right now.
Also, I'm wondering about people now that are on salaries, and if they're going to end up feeling like they're getting screwed. Now they're like,
it'd be interesting if people start calculating it's better to work hourly than to earn, you know, whatever the salary wage is, because there are, I mean, I know a lot of hourly workers who earn more than, you know, than other friends who have salary jobs, just because the hourly offers more benefits.
And the overtime, like you don't get overtime with salary.
Overtime, flex time, you can sometimes pick up more shifts. Like with your salary, this is what you're earning and that's it.
Yeah, I want to see this proposal somehow incentivize more workers as well. So like the company, although the income is going to be no income tax on overtime, the company maybe has less payroll tax if they have more employees, or like a diminishing return on their payroll taxes the more employees that they bring in and keep under the overtime threshold, because the government might be like, well, we're going to receive more money from your company if you have 2 employees working 40 hours than if you have 1 employee working 80. Mm-hmm. So we're going to incentivize you through tax reduction to hire more employees.
Interesting. It's possible. I mean, this is a challenge with any kind of announcement of a policy like this. The details are not yet clear, and part of that is because, you know, unless it's done through executive action, it's going to have to be done through Congress, and that's always sort of a deal-making process. I feel like Joel can attest to this. If there were a bill that said we don't want to tax overtime anymore, you know, somebody would tack on some kind of irrelevant proposal.
How did it work the last time when you said that they were doing the Social Security? They didn't want to tax Social Security, or what was it they wanted?
Well, as of now, it's just a bill that's been introduced by Thomas Massey. So I'm not sure if it's gone through a committee vote or if it goes straight to the House floor. There's a few different procedures, but I know that as of now, it's just a bill that's been introduced.
Just a single issue bill?
Yep.
Okay, so they could do that with something like this as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure what appropriate committee it would have to go through, but you know, when you introduce a bill and then put it through committee, that alone puts the members on their heels on how they're going to vote publicly. Mm-hmm. And so sometimes they don't want to do that. Sometimes they do some funny business to make sure that bill doesn't see the light of day, or, you know, they make some technicalities.
But could you imagine being whatever committee member and then having to go back to your district and be like, oh, well, I'm on the committee for this thing, and we got sent a bill that meant that overtime hours wouldn't have been taxed, and I voted against it. I didn't want it to reach the rest of the chamber. Like, that doesn't seem like it would bode well. I can't think of a district in America where people would be like, we don't care about that issue at all. I think most Americans would be impacted by this.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see it put up for a vote. we'll have to stay watching them closely.
It's just hard. Like, how would you message on the opposite of that? It would just be like, I could have helped overtime workers, and instead I chose not to.
Yep.
Like,
Well, that's why they love their poison pills.
The argument would be like it's going to bankrupt this government program, which is going to end up costing seniors their Social Security because we're not taking enough income tax now because we're losing it to this
and
free
Social
money.
Security's going to die anyway, so that one doesn't inspire me, at least. I'll never get probably Joel too will never get Social Security, so it's a dying institution for most Americans. Current seniors, I feel awful for them, right? They shouldn't be double taxed on Social Security, but it's not an institution that's sustainable. So I think if you tell younger voters, oh, well, it could potentially harm Social Security, they'd be like, well, what's new?
Well, if there's another presidential debate, I'd love to see how Kamala would respond to that.
There's got to be another debate. We'll
see.
Trump, what is he doing? He's got to go for it, and he's got to chill out and just relax and talk about stuff like this. Like, this is the kind of stuff he should have brought up in the debate. No tax on overtime. Like, control the debate with the comment, with the statement.
I'd love to. That's a good point. I'd love to be in a presidential debate so I can just be like, I want to abolish Social Security. Just there you go. I will touch it, and I will take from it, and I will shut it down.
So would you just like scale it out, just phase it out over the next 20 years or something?
Yep. It was a bad idea, and we can clearly see why it was a bad idea. It takes 4 workers to sustain 1 recipient, and so what we're basically saying is we should sacrifice the young for the sake of the old. That is a ridiculous thing for society.
Yeah, on its face, it's like I'm going to pay in taxes and insurance or whatever into this insurance program, and then when I retire, I'm going to recollect all that as my retirement. But they don't account for the inflation and the reduction of value of the money. Well, the common man doesn't understand. If I put $10,000 in over the course of 40 years, in 40 years, that's probably going to be worth about $2,000.
It was a game where they decided, look, population's expanding, right? So let's just, instead of having to save for retirement or have a family to take care of us, let's just make the expanding generations pay for it. Sooner or later, they must have been assuming at the time, like, look, people are going to keep having kids. So long as they have 3 kids, we got nothing to worry about. And now they're having 1.6 kids. And now they're like, okay, it's going to implode. And all these politicians are like, I will not touch your Social Security because I don't want to lose the senior vote in the most important voting block. It's okay. So older people are going to keep voting to take from the young, while young people struggle to buy homes and get off the ground, and the older voters are going to be like, don't care. I want it, it's mine, and I'm going to keep voting for it. And The Simpsons made the joke in like 1992, when Abe Simpson is making fun of people. I think he's making fun of young people being like, good for nothings, you just want everything for free. Then he runs into the Social Security office and goes, I'm old, give me it, I deserve it, it's mine. It's like that's how I feel about it.
It's sad to think about elderly people going bankrupt and living on the street, like, because they don't have any income at all.
And this is a perverse system that told people, don't have a family, don't have kids, don't worry, you'll be fine, government will pay for it. We will by force make young people pay the bills of people who didn't have families. That's insane.
I love this idea of seeing you on the presidential debate stage. If we ever saw a potential President Pool, who would be your running mate?
You wouldn't see a president. If I ever had a campaign, it would be intentionally just to say things that are unpopular, but I think people need to hear.
Yeah, but that's that Warren Beatty movie, and he won. What was that movie called? I don't remember.
I get the whole youth vote. They're like, how much money do we get back? I'll be like, well, I guess if we eliminate Social Security, you're gonna get back what 7 to 12%.
You wouldn't have a VP?
Have to be AOC, dude.
Well, he's got to vet a bunch of candidates. You don't know who's trendy at the time.
I don't want to be president at all, so I can't even think of who a VP
Who could
would
skate the best?
Well, if the whole point is just sending messages that are disruptive, Michael Malice is always the go-to as someone we need in a position of, like, press authority. You know, so press secretary was great for the Libertarian Party.
It crossed my mind when I was watching that debate that if you were, telling you this before the show, if you had been on stage in Trump's position instead of him, and you were just able to actually explain some of the problems, like when Kamala was like, they were like, Trump, why didn't you vote for her border bill that put all these extra border agents on the border? And he ended up just defending his rallies and being like, people don't leave my rallies. I don't even want, hold on, people don't ever leave my rallies. Like, dude,
she got him. She got him.
Let's literally talk about why you voted against, or why you pushed to get this vote shot down to get all these border agents in there, because it was going to let more illegal immigrants come across every day or every month or whatever.
Here's my answer. Well, with all due respect, it's not that I control Congress or the Senate. I simply made a few phone calls to members of Congress and asked them what they had thought about it, and I gave them my opinion. And my opinion was that this bill actually codified an increase in unchecked, unvetted border crossings. And I made phone calls to members of Congress and asked them, why are they calling it a border security bill if it's going to bring more people in? I mean, if it's bringing more people in, Kamala's the Biden administration, we should be supporting this. That's simple. The American people want a border security bill that's going to restrict and reduce the amount of illegal immigrants, and that's it.
You guys remember off the top of your head how many more immigrants it was going to allow in every month?
It was like thousands per day or something.
It was 5,000 illegals every day.
And it was going up. That many more people were just going to be allowed.
It was an amnesty bill. It wasn't a security bill. Now,
No, it was a total amnesty bill.
And the problem is politicians, and I think, look, Trump can do whatever he wants. You guys can insult me and tell me I'm wrong all day. Next, I ain't never going to run for office. In my opinion, however, which I am entitled to, I think the problem with a lot of politicians is they'd say something like, that was an amnesty bill. That would have granted, instead of just saying, well, I wouldn't characterize it as me shutting the bill down. I mean, I'm a private citizen. I was calling a few people and asking them their thoughts. But I think the problem with the bill is that it created a provision. The provision increased the amount of illegal immigrants that they were going to allow in every day. The number should be 0. If you come to this country, you got to come in legally. That means you come to our borders, you come to our embassies, you come to our consulates, you fill out the paperwork. Their border security bill is what they called it, but it allowed up to 5,000 illegal immigrants to cross the border without being vetted at all, and they called that a reduction. So let me just put it this way.
Well, also, Kamala Harris said on the debate stage that he killed the bill because of politics. They didn't want to give him a win, but it wasn't because of politics. It was because of policy.
If we want 0 people crossing our border illegally, and we have 10,000 people crossing, and you come to me and say, let's set the number at 5,000, I'm going to say, no, the number is 0.
Mm-hmm.
And Kamala's bill was 5,000.
Kamala was basically asking America, like if you were a city, to say we're okay with 15% violent crime every year.
Right.
Like that's the strangest thing. It was saying a certain amount is okay, and I don't think that's what any American would want. That's why the bill is bad. You can call it a border security bill every single day, but the reality is it was okaying a certain amount of crime in America at a time when Americans, one of their top issues is crime.
No, there was a lot wrong with that bill. Is 5,000 illegals every day, increasing green cards by 50,000 a year, work permits for adult children of H-1B holders, immediate work permits to every illegal alien released from custody. Like, that's just crazy. That is a total
Wild.
amnesty bill.
It was work
That is not
permits
border security.
to illegal immigrants that
Yep.
were being
Immediate
released.
work
They were going to give
permits
them
to
work
every
permits.
And then
alien released from custody.
they what's the right word for this? They dissolve the asylum claims. So there's no enforcement action against these people now, which is effective amnesty. They say, come here, here's a work permit. You have a court date in 1 month. A week goes by and they say, your court date's been dismissed, have a nice day. Which basically means they're here with a work permit, and they can't be deported. They're basically giving them amnesty.
No, it's not border
Got it.
security.
It's
It's literally
the opposite.
literally an authorized invasion of the country.
Well, let's talk about the latest forecasts. So the big news right now is Kamala Harris wins. She won the debate. But you got to ask yourself what it means to win the debate. So, of course, you've got the Kamala Cope. That's what I call it. The anti-Trumpers who are posting laughing emojis being like, everybody knows Kamala won. Dude, just because your friends at the New York Times said she won doesn't mean it's true. The first thing I would say is on the surface, everyone's going to claim their person won. I think it's fair to say that Kamala was better prepared than people thought. I think it's fair to say that she goaded Trump and actually got him off kilter on many points. But I'm not sure that in the end, Kamala actually is the winner in terms of tangibles. So you ask yourself what it means to win a debate. Ian, do you think Kamala won the debate?
No.
You don't think she won the debate?
No, I don't think either of them won that debate. They both look like idiots in my mind. Not idiots. They both look like bitter people with no plan.
So are you going to vote for either of them?
No, that was disgusting to watch.
So here's pineapple. What is it? You're wearing pineapples?
Yeah,
pine
Richie
cones?
Jackson gave this to me.
Oh, it's pretty cool.
Thanks.
He's wearing. I don't know what that is. Some kind of.
Trump won't tax your pineapples.
I hope not.
Right.
I think it's a lamp.
So the goal
plant or
is
something you
how do
see
you
in a vision,
convince
you know?
Ian Crossland to vote for Donald Trump? And this is the point. I think that what Ian is saying has actually been reflected by many of the surveys and the polls that were done. New York Times, all the people saying undecided. I think they had a couple people said Harris, but then most of the panel just said, I don't know that anybody won. And I'm going to tell you this. That means Trump won. And I know all the liberals and leftists are going to be like, cope and see. Dude, you can tell me whatever you want. If you ignore the facts, it'll be your detriment in 54 days. The reason Trump won, if that's the case, is Trump didn't have to win. So in the debate, Kamala goads Trump. Trump makes mistakes. We get out of this with people saying, I don't know who won. That was ridiculous. Well, Trump didn't need anything. Kamala was already failing, calling herself the underdog. Kamala needed the opportunity to prove that she had something to change, and she did not. Trump could have gone up there and done the chicken dance for an hour, for all anyone cares. As long as Kamala articulated her plan and helped people understand what she would do that was different, she would have won. She did not. She answered her questions as insults to Donald Trump, and Trump responded to the insults, and all anyone saw that didn't know anything about politics was two people yelling at each other.
I think the problem is the media is looking at this like sports, right? They think if Kamala gets Donald Trump flustered, she gets a point. So if she does it twice, she gets 2 points. If he doesn't do it to her, then, he doesn't get any points. But both candidates went in with different objectives. And I think her campaign really miscalculated by trying to make Trump look bad. That's why they wanted the mics, right? They said, no, the American people deserve to hear what he's saying, however deranged it is. They wanted him to be this caricature that they have created of him. But Donald Trump is a known quality in American politics. I mean, he launched his campaign for presidency, the first one 8 years ago. He's been on the scene for over a decade. He's been a public figure for way longer than that. And so if he looks brash, if he looks like he's getting angry, it doesn't make a difference. She had to prove that she was a personality, and B, someone with policies who understood them, and she did neither.
I'll tell you real quick, I gotta read this point just before, so put a tag on that. This is from the Liberal Patriot, who writes, there are clearly reasons for concern besides the data noted above, and so I'm jumping down, mind you. He says, polling right after the debate found that Harris did little to improve voter confidence in her ability to handle the all-important issue of the economy. A CNN flash poll among debate watchers found that before the debate, voters trusted Trump over Harris on the economy by 16 points. And after the debate, they favored Trump by 20 points. Furthermore, if you look at the crosstabs, working-class voters before the debate favored Trump over Harris to handle the economy by 29 points, an advantage for Trump which increased slightly to 32 points after the debate. Not exactly what the Harris campaign had in mind. So if you want to talk about who won, you can sit here and say Trump got mad and got flustered and Kamala sounded better. Dance all the way to November for all I care. Because when it comes to the economy, stupid, Trump won.
I got if Harris acted like she acted I'm not even going to call it a debate because they weren't debating anything. I didn't even hear them debate any ideas. If she acted like that in the room with Xi Jinping, she'd be laughed out of that room and just totally ignored in the future.
Well, how about this? She goes to Ukraine to talk with Zelensky. 3 days later, Russia invades.
Well, and I like what you're saying. It wasn't really a debate. It was sort of a parallel interview of both of them. I mean, occasionally they would be asked to comment on the other one's response. They would, they would want to, but the moderators would be like, Tim, here's one question on this issue. Now, Joel, here's a different issue that we're going to pivot to. Daniel Turner talked about this last night. We used to have multiple debates, and they were thematic. Economy, national security, whatever the next one was. And this time it was sort of like, we don't know if we'll see Kamala Harris again, so we might as well try and ask them a bunch of stuff.
You're both wrong. It was clearly a debate. It was the Trump Muir debate. Muir got some good jabs in against Trump, but I think Trump countered pretty well, and also Kamala was.
Trump was like,
I thought that was one of your best tweets.
They are invading our country over. He said it like 7 times. I'm like, oh my God, enough already. I get it. Yeah, they are. One or twice, and that's it. Sorry.
Kamala needed to make the case for herself on the debate stage, and even more important, she needed to separate herself from Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden was already on the path to being destroyed, 50-state loss against Donald Trump. And I think the New York Times put out a piece where they said that undecided voters had said that Kamala wasn't able to separate herself from Biden on issues like the economy and the military. She said, she straight up said that she was proud of the botched Afghanistan withdrawal. She's proud of this record inflation. And so if she wasn't able to differentiate herself from Joe Biden, I think that's the biggest loss for her. Because people lived under a Trump presidency. They know what to expect with Donald Trump in the White House. And we kind of know what to expect with Kamala Harris in the White House as well. And so if you're just comparing those two, I think Trump has the upper hand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's important to note Harris is not Biden. And for Trump to even intimate that she is ridiculous. Your vice president has no authority over what you do as the president.
I mean,
they're backup.
Biden says that she was the last one in the room for all the major decisions.
But he's still making every
insane.
decision. She
They
doesn't make
spent
any of those decisions.
3 years insisting that it was the Biden-Harris administration. This is one of the, I mean, this was not true of the Obama-Biden administration. They really just called it the Obama administration. Also true of the Trump-Pence administration. It was really just the Trump administration. But Biden's White House has gone out of their way time and time again to make sure her name is included on everything. And I think that is partially on her camp's insistence, but also because Biden used her as this token hire to say, I am promoting, you know, a diverse woman who's going to rise to the ranks and do whatever. But that ultimately means that she asked to have responsibility for his legacy. And on stage, she's saying, I'm not Joe Biden. But then she will try and take credit by saying, well, we are really proud of what we were able to do this, that, and the other. She is a we when convenient. She's tied to Biden when she thinks she can win American voters. But when they don't like Biden, she's not a part of that at all. That's disingenuous to me.
It's the same thing on the southern border. They named her the border czar immediately. And now that we've seen the border just totally destroyed under their administration, now all of a sudden she had no involvement, and the mainstream media saying she had no involvement.
I think this is the clip. I could be totally wrong, but I'm going to play it anyway, so, you know, whatever.
Good evening. I'm William Worm. Before we begin, we have just received word that Squiggly Miggly will not be attending tonight's debate due to the fact he blew his head off with a 3D printed shotgun. We want to remind the audience to please not talk out loud, to not applaud. You're just wasting time. Now, our first question tonight goes to Mr. Frog.
Mr. Frog, why are you so evil? You have 1 second to respond.
Hello,
Time's up, plus you're wrong. The next question is for our beloved and highly intelligent president. Why are you so amazing? You have unlimited time to respond.
So everybody was sharing this clip being like, this is what the debate is.
Yeah, it did feel like that at times. I felt like the fact checks on Trump, many of which were incorrect, were so obviously, like, it was so obviously against Trump and to Kamala's benefit. They did ask her the occasional tough questions, which a lot of times she either avoided answering or stumbled through. But it is striking when you say the CNN moderators were better. You know, like, I mean, partially because everyone just watched Joe Biden self-destruct, but they interrupted less than the ABC moderators.
The most shocking moment of the debate was when Trump was asked if he still thought he lost 2020, because he said, I lost by a whisker. And he was like, no, I was being sarcastic. And Muir goes, well, I didn't take it that way, or something like this. And it's like that.
Nobody asked you.
Well, but that was the moment where he, like, there was the facade was completely gone.
Yep.
We're fact checking. Not anymore. You're not. Now you're having. Now you're giving your opinion as a random guy that no one asked.
Yeah, they fact-checked him saying that babies could be terminated after birth. They're like, no, they can't. And he was like, okay. They fact-checked that people weren't eating cats and dogs. And that was that. But they didn't fact check Kamala Harris when she kept saying that he was tied to 2025, Project 2025, which he's not.
Or the very fine people hoax.
They didn't fact check that.
Oh, no,
bloodbath hoax?
she told lie after lie. The fake news media, they think that the American people are stupid when they try to do these fact checks against President Trump. But Kamala told lie after lie. She falsely said that not one member of the United States military is in an active duty combat zone. Not true. Kamala Harris also said that she did not support a government takeover of healthcare. She does. She said she denied support for fracking when it was brought up in the debate. She does, as well as mandatory gun confiscation. She said that's not true when President Trump highlighted her support for defunding the police. I mean, the list goes on, and of course, they're not going to bring any of this up.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the debate.
But that's why she wants another one now. I mean, it's so fascinating that before her team would not commit. They acted like Trump asking for multiple debates was kind of rude and crazy. And now they're like, we want another debate, and he's being unreasonable. I mean, it's just such a, like...
Well, Trump said, let's debate on Fox News.
Mm-hmm.
He should definitely
she won't
debate
do it.
again.
Why won't she do it?
He should debate her again. He should talk policy. He should just ignore the banter. I don't know if he can do that. That's my concern. That's why, as an independent voter and like an undetermined, like watching him just get defensive about his people don't leave my rallies. No one has ever left the Trump rally ever.
It's interesting
Like,
because
what the?
They're still
talking
there.
about?
Yeah.
Of course
They're
they
there
leave from
forever.
time to time.
The thing is, it's interesting because that obviously made a huge impression on you, but like, I remember that. I also remember him talking about a lot of his issues. I remember getting more policy from him. He talked about the border. He talked about, gun control. He talked about being pro-fracking. He talked about business stuff. She would give these platitudes like, well, I'm for an opportunity economy. And then she would never really explain it. And the other part is that she spent a lot of time talking about Trump. I mean, really, most of this, like if you remember, Trump was like, you I put these tariffs in. They were good. It's going to help us on the world stage. It's good for our economy, whatever. You guys left them in place even though you attack me over them. That was one of the only times the moderators were then like, yeah, do you want to explain why they're still there? She completely ignored that, wouldn't talk about it at all. I mean, to me, Trump has an established legacy. He's already been president. His campaign has had policies out for a long time. She just released her policies. This is her first major media moment to explain them, and she just didn't. That's crazy.
Upgrade complete. Dark. From the shadows I come.
Glory to the Daylong. Where shall we march?
What would you ask of us? Dominate. Clever, Justin.
Combat may await us. Glitch. Give us the firstborn shall
You have not enough. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have.
Glory to the Daylong.
Research complete.
Give us one.
You have not enough minerals.
The firstborn shall persevere. Erratic.
You have not enough.
Glory to the Daylong.
You have not enough minerals.
I am here in the shadows. We are one with
Dimensional strings attuned.
Focus. Research complete.
Where shall we march?
You have not enough minerals. I return to serve.
You seek guidance?
What guidance? You have not enough minerals. I return to serve. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. I return to serve. Fury unyielding. It is destined to our... Let darkness, there shall be a reckoning.
We are one with the shadows.
You seek guidance?
We begin a name demonstration. Eternal service. What guidance?
An arrow deep.
Naja.
You have not enough mineral.
I am here in the shadows. I am here in the shadows.
Let us begin. I see. Our window is short. Dimensional strings attuned.
I am here in the shadows.
You seek guidance? An arrow deep, Washoe.
Crazy to me.
So let me jump to this right here. We have the poly market numbers. Kamala Harris has a 75% chance to win the election according to Polymarket, and it looks like they've got around 27 or 28 million dollars on the line right here. Actually, I don't know, what is this, $200 million bet on popular vote winner? Is that what that means? I don't know. Yeah, looks like 200 million is bet on this. Oh, because of the no side. Well, that seems, I don't know how this stuff works, but I'll tell you this: if you believe Polymarket, you can make that wager. If you believe Nate Silver, there's free money waiting for you. I am not telling you to make bets. I am not giving you advice. I'm just saying this is what we would refer to. I mean, if Nate Silver is correct as an individual expert using a forecasting model, and he says Trump today has a 60% chance to win, you're EV positive. 60% chance to win, 75% are, four times your money.
All he's got to do to win is look like a good guy, Trump. He's got to look like a good guy that doesn't get upset. If he gets freaked out and angry, he's going to lose.
I disagree. He can get angry if it's for the right reason.
Maybe you're right. Get thee behind me, Satan. If you use anger to propel you forward, yeah. But if you're getting taunted by the person across from you, no.
That's right. But if his anger is, and he had this at the debate, he did. I don't know if I think he had a good amount. If his anger was, let's say she says Trump's rallies, people are leaving early, and then Trump got angry right away and went, "Excuse me, how dare you bring up something so inconsequential when the American people are suffering right now? The cost of gas is through the roof, eggs are through the roof, milk is through the roof, and you're talking about rallies, insults? This is insulting."
Yeah, and then immediately offer the solutions to the people suffering.
That anger lights people up.
I also think he could have gotten angry about the fact that she's being flippant about his rallies when a Trump supporter died at one of his rallies in Pennsylvania. I mean, she is pretending like that didn't happen, which is amazing. And frankly, the ABC moderators let her. He was the only one to reference the assassination attempt, which I think is a major issue. I mean, she is protected by the Secret Service. Doesn't she care that they failed? Apparently not, and that should be telling.
Do you think that on the economy, Trump is better than Kamala, Ian?
Yeah, I don't really see any plan that she has at all. He at least is talking about some, like at the debate, he didn't really get specific. I want specifics, but I've heard him talk to Elon Musk about bringing him in to fix a lot of bureaucracy, which on that Elon Musk call, which was pretty promising. I know he did put the tariffs on. He really stuck it to a lot of foreign countries with, he's talked a lot about NATO paying their fair share, things like that.
Are those good things?
I mean, they'll bring money in the short term. So they look like they're at least stemming the bleeding of our economy. But if you really want to fix the economy, you need a new fuel system. I haven't heard him mention hydrogen fuel once.
That's it. You're never going to get Ian to vote for you unless you bring up.
No, if you're going to talk about doing the thing that we did the last 150 years and it's going to work, you're wrong. We need something new.
The American people aren't listening for numbers and statistics in a debate. Trump dominates on the economy issue. You go to the grocery store, you go to the gas pump, and you see that everything is expensive, and this is the worst time to be making good money in America. And they had great times under President Trump, and that's all people need to hear, that's all people need to remember.
Maybe if it's an emotional thing, but like when he's just like everything is horrible, like he won the coin toss, so I'm going to take the last word. His last word was everything sucks and everything's bad and she's horrible. You're
Amen.
like, really? That's the energy you want to leave everybody with? Give me a hopeful vision of the future, bro.
Incorrect.
That's why you take the last
his
word.
His closing message, which he repeated 3 times.
Garbage.
I'm saying that he repeated it 3 times because what he could have clearly articulated it better was, why isn't she doing it now? His closing statement was not about what you're saying. He said, she offers you this, she offers you that, it all sounds nice, but she believes in things that the American people do not.
Yeah, his closing statement was about her. It should have been about him and his vision.
No,
not
it's about
complaining.
Government accountability. She's currently in the executive branch, and she's saying everything is fine when American people know it's not.
Nobody
even
in the
left-wing,
branch.
left-wing analysts afterwards were saying that was
the Senate. Are you nuts?
That's it.
That means
sorry, Hannah Claire.
All the bills that are going through, she's the one stamping.
2 of them, yeah.
She's in two parts of the government.
She's stamping them.
It was more than 2, bro.
You realize that you're saying she's part of the executive and the legislative branch, and she still is telling Americans that we're wrong.
The vote,
that's somebody.
She did take a tie-breaking vote, the Inflation Reduction Act, that screwed our country, and she was the tiebreaker on it.
I'm sorry to interrupt what you were saying.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm just saying that, like, even left-wing analysts in mainstream media afterwards were saying, obviously they're praising her everything that they can, but I watched 3 different networks talk about this, and every single one was like, but when we got to closing arguments, and he said, why she's already there. Why hasn't she done anything about it? It's difficult to refute that point. I mean, I think a lot of Americans, and of course, everyone has different perspective. I'm not trying to tell you that, obviously I respect your opinion, but I think that a lot of Americans have that question when it comes to Kamala Harris. You can't be both the vice president and also say, well, I have nothing to do with this administration, and so therefore I'm going to be a fresh face.
Fact check.
Yeah.
33 tie-breaking votes as of September of 2024.
You take the last statement in a debate. It's not to leave a poison pill for everyone about your enemy. It's about to give people hope about you. That's the reason you speak last, is to get them remembering you when they walk out, remembering the things you said when they walk out, not to be thinking about her. He is big boy politics, D. Come on.
I mean, well, I'll concede a point to Ian. I definitely would have liked to have hear about, the future in his closing remarks, but I think everything that he said, he completely nailed it on the head. And I think that his closing statement won him the debate.
No, I think...
Oh, I totally disagree. It made me disgusted.
But Ian, you got his closing statement wrong. You mischaracterized
Pull it up. We should watch it. It's disgusting. It's pointless. He just argues and complains.
I'm getting like an 80% quote. He said, you believe in things the American people do not. Things like stopping fracking. And, she talks about this and that thing and this thing, and it sounds good, but why haven't you done it now? That was the message that he was sending. Now, what he needed to add to it, and I would agree with this, is he should have said, he could have been more articulate. He could have said, Kamala Harris keeps promising all of these beautiful things. She says going to do this for you, that for you. The question is, why hasn't she already done it? If she can, she could have, she won't. Here's what I'll do. I will unleash American energy. I will produce so much energy in this country, your gasoline costs will go down. Your heat will go down. Your bills, they will go down. Your phone bill, your health insurance will all follow suit. Your groceries will go down. Your wages will go up. And we start with energy. Should have said that.
Yeah, he should have for sure ended the debate with a positive message about what he's going to do. It was zero of that, unfortunately.
But asking for Trump to give a perfect performance does not mean that he didn't perform well.
I mean, I would have taken a 40% ending. His closing statement was a zero. It was a bitch
I totally
fest.
disagree.
I don't think you know what his closing statement was.
He didn't make any statements. He complained about the girl. That was a terrible move.
He said, under me, we'll do all kinds of stuff. But what has she been doing? I mean, I think this is the thing. Like, if the objective of the debate for Trump was to stay cool, talk about the policy, like maybe he could have done better. He did talk about some stuff. He landed some funny blows on Kamala. Kamala had a bigger burden. She needed to define who she was. She needed to show that she understood policy and she had a plan for the country. She did not do that. And that's why I like the closing statement. I like that he was like, she's already in the White House and she's not doing anything. If she has all of these promises, which she has failed to tell us right now, why hasn't she carried them out? I think that is something voters are really considering when they look at Kamala Harris. They already know Trump. And he's promised optimism. He's promised hope for years and years and years. And in this case, I think it makes sense to hold her to the
Why didn't he drain the swamp? You want to talk about people not doing what they say they're going to do.
I mean, that's why he said I needed more time.
There's actually an answer to why he didn't drain the swamp. I just don't think you want to accept it.
Well, the answer is he didn't know how.
That's half the answer. It is. He brought on people that he didn't realize were bad and made a mistake.
He totally failed in that regard.
So hold on. Would you consider failure experience?
Yeah, sure. Kamala Harris has a lot more experience from failing. That's a good point.
I also don't think she's going to drain the swamp, right?
She never said she was going to.
That's the thing, though. Like, if you want someone who said, I'm going to try and do these things, versus the person who's like, I think everything in Washington is perfect the way it is, I would still want the guy who...
My point is, on draining the swamp, Donald Trump brought in bad people and regretted it later and fired a bunch of them. And so many people would jokingly refer to this as he drained a lot of the swamp, but the swamp monsters were still there. The water came down, we saw the swamp monsters, and he didn't get rid of them. Hopefully, now that he's learned from this, the next time he will. But voting for Kamala Harris is a guarantee that never happens.
Well, I do agree with that, actually. She's very tied in with the bureaucratic empire.
One of them.
And I'm letting you guys know, I really want some positive change in this country, and I would really love to see someone empower our industrial base. But I'm just calling this objectively as I saw it.
What about RFK Jr.?
I love the guy.
Would you support RFK Jr.?
I do support RFK Jr.
You do? He said to vote for Trump.
I know.
And he said a Trump victory is an RFK victory. He says you vote for Trump and we're going to make America healthy again. So I got to tell you, bro, I understand you have a social argument, concerns about the divisive nature of where this country is, but I feel like mathematically you can call Trump every name in the book, but RFK Jr. has asked for your help.
I know.
got to do it.
Joel, what do you think of RFK's endorsement of Trump? I know it was a couple weeks ago.
I think it's great. Got to unify.
Yeah.
I think I was kind of worried about RFK remaining on the ballot to split up the vote in some way. But I mean, I think his movement and our movement align very much. And I'm glad to see we're all on the same team. I think Ian really didn't like the presidential debate because they didn't bring up graphene enough.
They didn't bring it up at all.
They didn't bring up graphene at all.
If Donald Trump,
Joel's calling you out, Ian.
if the whole
Listened intently as well.
No, listen. If the debate went exactly identically in every way, but right at the end, as he's saying, why hasn't she done it? Why hasn't she done it? And why won't you talk about graphene? Thank you, everybody. Goodbye. Ian would be like, it was the greatest
Donald
debate
Trump
ever.
won the debate.
Yeah.
It would have been great if he talked about industry. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's a bit silly if he just said the word graphene, but I mean, I would have lit up if he had, just to make that noise known by the populace.
I propose this to you, Sir Crossland. You should continue to criticize Donald Trump in the exact way that you are, and then vote for him because RFK Jr. has made the public statement and has asked for your help. And outside of the statement, I genuinely believe RFK Jr. is the guy. He is like, when we talk about seed oils, when we talk about environmental toxins, when we talk about radiation, all this garbage, him being a part of the Trump team is one of the most important things of our generation.
Yeah, there's other people too that are very behind.
Tulsi Gabbard,
Robert Malone, the doctor,
absolutely.
Brett Weinstein, like these brilliant people that I highly respect are in support.
And they're doing that rally on the 29th.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, the Save the Republic rally. So I'm just saying, if you don't like Trump, that's totally fine. And I understand a lot of people don't like the guy, but vote for those that are around him. And I got to say, like RFK Jr. for the most, because he's a liberal guy, and he's called out the censorship, the war machine, the pharmaceutical industrial complex, and when he talks about the environmental diseases and chronic illness, he's not pointing to a guy that we're mad at. He's talking to a state of emergence in this country where we became negligent and allowed phthalates, PCBs, plastic, all this garbage in our surroundings and our food that's poisoned people. And he wants to solve that problem. And it's one of the only times we've actually gotten a real chance at having someone come in to deal with this. Then you got to throw in Elon Musk's Department of Government, what is it?
Doge.
Yeah, Doge.
Urban efficiency.
Efficiency, that's right, Doge. It's like, be mad at Trump. Get mad that he was too flustered or he got easily goaded, but the people around him is a gift.
Yeah, this is what we're at. We're altering the world order into a new world order of some sort. We're creating a new world order, and we got to talk. I could feel like we could do an entire episode on how we can craft a better world order than what we've got. That's better than BRICS, because if we don't, BRICS is going to take over.
I agree. I think Trump's coalition right now is one of the most epic things you could have ever have asked for. You've got...
Talk about coalitions. If Joe Biden could put on a MAGA hat, I think Ian can.
Oh, dude.
What's he thinking?
I'll get you that MAGA
loves
hat.
Trump
He's campaigning for Trump.
He kept the hat.
He did keep it.
The reporting
he
is...
can't stand his VP or something.
So check it out. There's speculation that... So he releases a letter on Twitter that he's dropping out. Let's dedicate some time to this. Okay. So Joe Biden wears a Trump hat, keeps the Trump hat, and the White House says it's because he's trying to show unity or build unity. But there's some speculation, and I think it's wishful thinking, but speculation. So when Joe Biden drops out of the race initially, it was through a Twitter letter. And the conspiracy theory was Biden did not release that letter. He had been saying the whole time up to that point, I will not drop out no matter what. And then all of a sudden, without a video or a public statement, a letter appears. The conspiracy theory was that staffers uploaded that to his account without his permission or knowledge to force him, because now you can't go back. What are you going to do? Come out and claim that Kamala or the Obamas secretly did this? Nope. You're out. It was a coup. And he went on to say later that he was upset about it. He didn't want to drop out. He thought he could win. There's speculation now that he put the Trump hat on because he's out. He knows he's out. He has no reason to benefit any of these people. He's been on the beach now for how long? People keep posting these photos of him on vacation, and they're like, this guy's checked out. Mm-hmm. He's no longer president. He is, but he's just basically in his mind saying, you pushed me out, you shut me down, I just don't care anymore.
Right. He must feel a certain level of betrayal from the Democrats and these Democrats that he's considered his friends and allies for years. I mean, I was listening to a New York Times analyst talk about this afterwards, and she said that there was actually it was a New York Times interview with a senior executive for the DNC, and she said that she saw Biden's letter go out on July 21st, and she was like, "Oh my goodness, it's happening!" And then there was like a 30-minute delay before he released a statement endorsing Kamala. And she said during that time, she was actually kind of nervous because it was like, he hasn't endorsed Kamala. This is throwing us into chaos. And, I could understand where if the drafted letter was written by someone who didn't have authority and they kind of forced his hand by releasing it, why there would be a delay and then a separate endorsement of Kamala. Why? Because it could have all been one statement.
I mean, well, there is a known history of the Bidens hating Kamala Harris going back to the 2020 elections when Kamala first went for the jugular at Joe Biden on the debate stage, pretty much calling him a racist.
She did.
And I think I remember reading after that how Jill Biden just totally was on the warpath against Kamala Harris. And these are the top politicians in the country. There is no optic that will go unnoticed or unthought about. So Joe Biden putting on a MAGA hat is a significant stab to Kamala Harris.
Is it?
It really is. Charlemagne the God called him the donkey of the day for doing it. Democrats were pissed off about it. They scrambled to try and claim that was no big deal. It's no big deal. He says unity. No, I think that was.
It was a screw you.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't call it an endorsement. I think it was I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done with this. Could you imagine some people were tweeting? And I know it's wishful thinking. The October surprise is actually Biden coming out saying, "Vote Trump."
That would be hilarious. Or if he withdraws his endorsement from Kamala.
Then they might say that.
Like,
he has
what if
dementia.
he's like, I've
Like,
been
Biden's
thinking.
too old.
Wouldn't that be funny though if they're like, actually he's senile and we must remove him right now?
Yeah.
I mean,
25th Amendment right
but
now.
what if he just like says, actually, I've been thinking about it. This process wasn't right. She didn't win the primary. I can't, in good faith, continue to endorse Kamala Harris, who otherwise is a lovely lady, I'm sure. What if he just sort of turns tides and starts just not being pro-Trump, but being subtly anti-Kamala?
It'd be funny if he comes out and he just says, if you take a look at my political positions from the 90s, some 30 some odd years ago into the 80s, I mean, we're going almost 40 years ago, I kind of agree with Donald Trump on most of these things. The only reason Joe Biden's politics now are what he's being told to say. All this progressive stuff.
Yeah.
Now, if you go look at Joe Biden when he was half this age or whatever, he should be endorsing Trump.
He's hardcore. He was hardcore in the 90s. Like, he was real anti-drugs. I mean, he signed that drug law, the kind of dumb drug law, the 92, I think it was, or something, 94. Is it common, Joel, for staffers to control candidates' Twitter accounts?
Tell us, Mr. Comms guy.
I mean, it depends on the dynamic of your, just how you have your communications strategy set up. I know when I was on the Gates team, I primarily managed his official @RepMattGates account. That was where we put all of our congressional news out. The @Matt Gaetz account that he controls, he totally controls that. I don't have any passwords or anything, so everything you see from that account is him. Same goes with Lauren Boebert. I primarily am controlling the @RepBoebert account, which is where we push out that news, and she controls her own account. It could be different for other people.
I think it should be federally mandated that it says on the account if it's controlled by staffers, firstly, so that you can't run a coup against the candidate.
Some of them do say that in the bio. Some of them will say, like, this is...
Some of them do have a, I forget who has this. I think Chip Roy has like a Chip Roy press office title. I think it'd be helpful to know that some staff are putting up. But ultimately, when, if a congressman is signing off on a tweet, that's their voice too.
Yeah, but Ian's right. It should be a law that any material representation must be if the account is run by multiple people, then you should not be able to, as a politician, say that it's you when it's someone else.
Especially like what we're looking with Biden, like someone, if that truly is the administrative state was in there, and I'm just saying his staffers might have been contacted by like deep state, been like, you're going to be putting this stuff out now, and Biden's no longer with us anymore. And they're like, okay, we're going to do what we're told because that's why we're here. We're learning and we're with you. Who knows? But I don't want someone to run a social media coup on my candidate, basically. So I need to know that someone else has access to that account. That's the point. And I think that's what they did is they ran a social media coup on Biden. I don't know. I can't prove it because I can't tell if he controlled that account or someone else did. But the stuff that was coming out of that did not sound like the words coming out of his mouth.
Oh, I don't think he runs his official his accounts at all. I mean,
Trump?
I don't think he runs.
just so
Biden.
different.
Biden.
Trump 100% runs his
Right.
accounts.
I was gonna
I
say,
think it would be even difficult to replicate like his random capitalization. Like he is making it so that he is a unique voice only on his platform. But that was not the case with Biden at all. I think there was even a case where Karine Jean-Pierre clearly tweeted like something she meant to be from her account that was actually delivered from the Biden account. The day and age of social media is fascinating, and it is also interesting to sort of contrast the presidency with especially Congress, because there are so many young people coming up who are aware of how influential social media can be. I mean, this is one of AOC's big wins, that she established a voice on social media that people really felt resonated with who she was. I think other staffers are able to do this, but not all of them have the same tenacity for it.
It would be great if there were visible short-term consequences to being stupid and being wrong. So, Karine Jean-Pierre says insane things every day, and I don't even know why anyone bothers to pay attention. And then you get poor Ducey over there asking real questions, and then she just gives a nonsense answer, and all the other corporate press just clap. And I'm like, in governance, the problem is someone will propose a policy, and we don't know what the ramifications are going to be. Just sounds right. If there was a way to actually run a simulation before doing it, that would be great. And then I started thinking, like, what if that's the real purpose of the simulation that we're in? It's one of the most inconsequential things ever. It's a session of Congress, and they're like, I've got a bill proposing a tax on imported cheeses from Europe. Well, we need to see what it's going to do before we vote yes on it. So the entire universal span of our existence right now is actually just a 3-minute AI button press in Congress where they're trying to see what happens with this one particular tariff.
I've actually thought that when your body dies, that you get to time speeds up and you get to see the rest of reality play out as if it was programmed by your behavior up to that point. So like, depending on what you do in your life, you're going to see the result of it play out really quickly afterwards. And you'll be like, oh, well, I didn't like how all that turned out. I'm going to try that again, kind of thing.
I don't know what that has to do with
if you retry it or
policy
not
or anything, but my statement also
sort of like you are the supercomputer witnessing your own.
Yeah, I don't know if I trust the AI that much right
But we should have
I'm just
AI.
saying, like,
Altman's AI or Elon's AI?
I'm just saying the
Which
issue
one's
with
making the
Congress
decision?
is they say, hey, we want to ban this thing, and they don't actually know what that's going to do. So perverse incentives is the best example of these mistakes that government often makes. Shout out to Chris Rufo, who offered $5,000 for evidence of people eating cats in Springfield, Ohio, to which I pointed out, all that's going to happen is some Haitian dude's going to be like, dude, quick, get a cat. We're going to get $5,000. Like, they don't care about the news.
You're a good point. You make a good point about AI, and a useful function for AI would be to run simulations on outcomes of policy, like super computations and stuff like that on quantum computers. That'd be great to be able to watch like 7,000 potential outcomes of one vote.
Or if members of Congress could just read the bill.
What a crazy concept!
Or not be paid by taking lobbyist money to
make
decisions on their behalf.
Or they weren't allowed to sneak unrelated additions into any bill.
Let the bills be single subject bills and pertain to the actual germanity of what they're talking
Did
about.
you guys ever, with the Gates office, you can't speak for Matt, obviously, but did you guys ever like regret pushing McCarthy out?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, he was a liar. There was nothing that could be trusted out of his mouth because he was owned by the special interests and the lobbyists. And he had repeatedly made these promises that were broken, and we weren't going to tolerate it if we had something to do about it.
Was it where his hands tied and he just had he's like a cog in a machine and it's like, you're in that position now, you're going to do what you're told kind of thing?
McCarthy?
Yeah. And the new guy. What's the new guy? Mike Johnson?
Well, I think if you're in government, you have a responsibility to do what you said you were going to do when you got elected. And I don't remember him going up on a campaign stage and said, I'm going to do the bidding of the lobbyists from now until forever.
Wouldn't it be funny if he had, though? He was just like, I'm here for the lobbyists. What was the fallout afterwards? I mean, were you guys, were the congressmen who really pushed against the speaker ostracized in any way? Did you see that the movement had some support? Were there...
Oh, I mean, they were calling for Gates to be kicked out of the Republican Party. Mm-hmm. Some even throwing...
But that's obviously died away. I mean, like, today as it stands...
But, like, immediately after we kicked him out, I mean, lots of people were calling for him to even be expelled.
Matt
No.
Gaetz.
But he,
Yeah,
I mean, he
both
wasn't.
from
So what?
Congress.
What were the consequences today? Like, there is a new speaker now. Do they do this? Is this something that comes up a lot? Are people unwilling to work with certain congressmen because of this tie to trying to oust the last speaker?
No, I think it's kind of exposed this Wizard of Oz mentality that these past speakers have been going through. You know, like Paul Ryan had no heart. Then you got Kevin McCarthy, who has no brain, and now we have Mike Johnson, who has no courage. And it is frustrating to, when you don't have the votes to get a genuine person who will be a change agent in those positions, to just have, you know, someone who kind of turns out to just be another disappointment. But, you know, at the end of the day, we were facing an option between keeping this, you know, lobbyist puppet in office and not fighting our battles, or we could try something new. And we decided to try something new because we told our constituents that we were going to be fighting for the promises that we had told them that we got from the January fight, which were single subject spending bills, and a lot more. And they didn't live up to that. And they thought that they could, you know, push us around and, you know, keep pushing the deadline keep moving the goalposts for things that needed to be done up until, you know, the end of the year when they should have been working on it all year. And, you know, we weren't going to have it. So
You mentioned before the show about the continuing resolution bill that had there was something attached about that Massey was talking about. What was that?
yeah, there's a bill called the SAVE Act that was attached to the CR, or was supposed to be attached to the CR, which actually was passed a few months ago. I think over 221 members of Congress voted in favor of it, including I think 5 Democrats. Might be wrong on that, but there were definitely Democrats who joined in on the bill, and that was kind of like the shiny object for people to vote for the CR. And the SAVE Act's good, but it wasn't going to be implemented in time for November. And like President Trump said on True Social, if there weren't absolute assurances that we were going to get election security, you should vote no on it. And it looked like eventually both sides said that they weren't going to vote for it.
Let's jump to this next story. Ladies and gentlemen, it was an effort to insult Donald Trump. Instead, it turned into a based meme. You guys ready for this one?
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in.
They're eating the dogs.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. Yeah! And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs.
Hey everyone, so the team decided to do a fun competition. If you're able to make a donation today.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat, eat the cat. 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 They're eating the.
There is no way. Trump saying that they're eating the cats and the dogs has now become a TikTok music trend.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats.
Now, at the time of recording, keep in mind, this song was only made 1 day ago, has 16,000 posts. Even Olympic gold medalists are using this song. Honestly, I'm now convinced that we, as a generation, can't take anything seriously.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating they're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
I just want to clarify here, you bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on
Let me just say here, this is...
People on television said my dog was taken and used for food, so... People on television said my dog was taken and used for food, so... Was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager. People on television said my dog was taken and used for food. So
Thank you, Chairman Wenstrup. Today is long overdue.
The future of your business is here. With Wix, you get advanced AI capabilities.
in Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
I just want to clarify here, you bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
People on television say my dog was taken and used for food. People on television say my dog was taken and used for food, so... People on television say my dog was taken and used for food, so maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for...
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage.
Eating the cats, they're eating the pets.
Yeah, I bought your mutt and I ate him. I ate his little face.
Talk about extreme. Donald Trump has no plan for you.
Excuse me, I have to respond. She doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences. Like run, spot, run.
Like run, spot, run.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
Wait a minute, I'm talking now. Another lie. It's another lie. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Yeah, I bought your mutt and I ate him. I ate his little face.
Talk about extreme. Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
Well, don't leave my rally.
Let's not go back.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. And this is what's happening.
All right, I think we made our point with this.
Oh, that's act.
They're eating the dogs.
What a way to put it. The
I too try.
They fundamentally do
love you because
entry that he's
Claim
geese.
difficult thing to.
You said because it says they're whoa they're socialist. This is not
Yar.
Wouldn't it be crazy if you could create voiceovers that sound like a
raspy old man,
a young teenage girl?
You know, keep pushing the deadline keep moving the goalposts for things that needed to be done up until, you know.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
All right, I think we made our point with this.
The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. They're eating the dogs. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. And this is what's happening. Dogs. People on television.
There have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is...
But people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But the
television.
people on
I'm taking it from
television
the
saying
city
the
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. And this is what's happening. People on television. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. People on television say my dog was taken.
Alright, I'm gonna play some video games. Oh, let me make a phone call real quick.
Opportunity's knocking. If you've got the metal, there are valuables waiting to be won.
machines.
Violence authorized.
My task is done.
Is done. Violence authorized.
My battle begins.
Battle begins. No.
But the machine.
My task is done. Protect the machine. Work delayed. Battle begins.
I'm out of range.
My task is done.
You need a hammer? Or an open hand? I can see how worried you are about Dagrin.
I've got a lot to make up for.
I need to
For
tell
a
you
long
something
time,
first.
I knew I needed to protect Azeroth. I gave up a lot. I gave up too much. I should have spent more time protecting you and Dagger. I know. I want to be here for him as his granddad. I wasn't responsible enough. That needs to change. I've spent too many years listening to Azeroth's voice. I'm glad I can listen to yours now.
Aye, Father. We'll figure it out together. Well, I'm listening. I dismiss you.
Work delayed.
Protect the machines.
But the
Need a target.
Need something to do? Speaker detected. The High Speaker warned us about you.
It's too far away.
You don't look busy. You should have remained on the surface. Speak up, Bren.
I don't have a target.
Protect the machines. At last, I rest.
There's a cache of resources nearby. Find it before you have to fight over it.
The machine.
too far away. I'm out of range.
Protect the machines. But the machine.
I'm listening, Bryn. I don't know what to believe anymore. My efficiency is impaired. Take my access key. Never did like the high speaker property.
The machines must be preserved. The high speaker must be stopped. Regroup with Moira. I'll head for the Hall of...
I'm out of range. It's too far away.
At least I killed one of them in the 2-on-1. One of them is max level too. I'm not even max level.
The three hammer. Stand as one.
If you hear anything I need, let me know.
You dare challenge the will of the High Speaker? Suffer for your hubris.
Let's see how brave you are when your protective shield is gone.
slag and rust. This isn't over. The High Speaker will hear of this.
Killed another one! Hide in the corner. Keep killing Horde as they come through here. We're gonna do something sneaky. Oh, I'm killing 2 players! 3 players! 3, I'm killing 4 players! That's 3 down, 4 down. I'm like a fucking god! Here's a little Shadow Fiend for you, rogue! Oh, I'm killing 4 players at once? Is that what's going on? 5? This is number 5! Oh! Dead, motherfuckers! Fucking 4v1, you're all dead! Fuck yeah!
Edward, you're gonna wake up the neighborhood.
Sorry.
It's 9 o'clock.
Alice, that was so intense!
I could hear.
Oh! I'm gonna log off before they get revenge on me. Let's go back to doing math. Holy shit. Shadow, I just killed fucking 6 players altogether. If you count the 2 of them that res twice. Did you see that? They were all my level. As a fucking discipline priest. They were like, what the hell? Be right back. I got my fun out of that. Can't cheat and roll the Warcraft, motherfuckers. It ain't online chess where you can use an engine to outsmart me, okay? That's why I like Direct Strike and StarCraft too. You can't cheat in it. Notice in games where people can't cheat, I'm like fucking top of the fucking world rank. Alright, I'll be right back. Holy Christ, that was such an adrenaline rush, dude. Holy crap. Whoo!
Oh, that's so
So,
brilliant.
Brilliant work.
Redheaded Libertarian says the guy who originally mixed is having a meltdown because it's not pro-Trump and he's literally a socialist. Well, it's our song now, comrade. And so this guy, he changed his name to Benny Johnson Can Eat Ish. And he says, I updated my display name. It's stuck like this now, and it won't let me change it back. WTF. If you're reading this, F Trump, I'm literally a socialist. This is not a pro-Trump song. And he locked his account.
Megaphonics music. I gotta say, dude, you are super talented. Regardless of all of that, you're great.
Embrace it. They don't get it. They don't understand them. Like, it's funny. Yeah, it's okay. I don't.
Good beat.
I don't understand why they think this is supposed to be like, haha, look, we're making fun of Trump. They fundamentally do not understand Trump or his supporters.
I know. I was thinking this. I was trying to find out a good way to put it in writing. I figured I'd just say it on the show. If you make fun of me, but you do it in a really great way, I'm going to love you. If you do it in a really terrible way, you're forgotten. That's it. This guy did it in a great way, and everyone loves him for it. That's all.
Yeah, but it's Trump supporters who like it.
Yeah.
He doesn't like Trump.
Because they see reality. And not all Trump supporters see reality, but a lot of the reason people are supporting Trump is because he was red-pilling the world in real time in like 2016 and 17, talking about the administrative state and stuff.
What these midwits don't understand is that your run-of-the-mill average person collects information peripherally. This means that with a song like this going viral, this post on Reddit Libertarian's X account has nearly 1 million views. No one's going to run a fact check on this. There's going to be some random guy hanging out with his buddies, and someone's going to play it, and he's going to hear in the background while he's watching a football game, they're eating the dogs. Whoa, they're eating the dogs. And then he's going to be like, later on, he's going to be like, I heard that they were eating dogs. That's it. And people are going to be like, yeah, I heard the same thing.
What's this Trump eating the dogs? And then people will look into it.
Well, that's
No,
also
they won't. They
that's
won't look
also
into it.
that's also a win of Trump's from the debate. Like he was driving the narrative and continues to drive the narrative after the debate because some of the commentary world, the news pundits are talking about the minor details of who won the debate. Meanwhile, regular folks that I talk to, they're talking about psycho migrants eating dogs in Springfield. They're talking about illegal Venezuelan gangs taking over apartment complexes in parts of Aurora, Colorado. So,
It definitely drove more attention to Springfield, Ohio. I think the news media was just about ready to smother that one. And now, at least I know a number of reporters who have been like, I'm headed there immediately, which for better or worse in the town. But, it makes it so this is a conversation of like, that's a crazy thing for Trump to say, but why would he say it? And I think the impact of crime by illegal immigrants in this country is actually undeniable and a concern.
Let's play a little more World of Warcraft. Oh, that was so fucking funny. Killing all those morons. Oh my god. I bet there'll be more morons right here for me to kill as soon as I log in. Nope. Alright.
So much to discuss.
I can see how worried you are about Dagran.
Oh. I've got a lot to make up for. For a long time, I knew I needed to protect Azeroth. I gave up a lot. I gave up too much. I should have spent more time protecting you and Dagran.
Dagran's been through a lot too.
I know. I want to be here for him, as his granddad. I wasn't responsible enough. That needs to change. I've spent too many years listening to Azeroth's voice. I'm glad I can listen to yours now.
Aye, Father. We'll figure it out together. You need a hammer? I don't know. We've caught up to him. Champion, take him out. I'll guard the rear.
Must get away!
Rouse yourself, champion. The enemy advances. Looks like Varric's machine is still usable. Use that mechanical contraption to blast him to scrap. Now let's regroup ahead. Are you here to chat or work? Mind yourself, champion. We need you. Brinth is already inside the Hall of Awakening. Let's move!
I can hardly believe it. This place?
High Speaker Auric refuses your entry.
Time for that later, Dagrin. With a fight in our hands.
High Speaker will.
I'll get the door.
Intruders, activate the defenses.
Champion, those bombs have enough firepower to destroy the turrets. Hurry! We need to catch up to Brinth.
Look, I'm not dead yet.
We're near a stone vault. That's where the dormant earthen are stored.
And if those earthen awaken this garden,
Get those doors open, lad. And fast.
Need a target.
This configuration? I've read about this. Proper alignment of the runes should open the way.
All these Scarden. Twisted into something they never asked to become.
you address the Queen Regent of the Dark Iron Clan. Champion, I'll heal your wounds.
I've got it. We can proceed.
So many Scarden. If only we'd known about them sooner.
So, you're relentless, vindictive, and misguided. Perhaps my golems can show you the error of your ways.
damned if I'll let Bryn's people be turned into monsters.
This room seems different. Do the walls seem older to you?
I've seen rooms like this before. There's Titan machinery in here.
Outside, the Earthen rebuilt the machines, but the oldest ones remain unchanged.
It is time to step down, High Speaker. Everyone knows what you've done.
What I've done saved us all. I have found a path to our salvation.
You will have us all live as Spartan.
Better to live as a Spartan than die as an Earthen. It is done! Now, with this power, all Earthen shall awaken.
We've lost them all. It's over.
Granda, you can stop this. I've seen you wield Azeroth's gift. It's you. You're the only one who can save them.
Magni. It is time.
Azeroth, let your blessing pass to them.
You did it, Granda. You saved them.
She let me go. You woke me. Who are you? I'm Magni.
Magni. But who am I? Whoever you want to be.
Have you heard anything I need to know? If you hear anything I note, let me know. The three hammers stand as one.
The High Speaker has ruled for as long as any of us can remember. But he's no longer one of us.
Well, sounds like you need a new High Speaker. And Brinth, you're the right earthen for the job.
Me? Elaborate.
You cared for your people like no one else has. Not by commanding, but by understanding.
Then you know I will leave it to my people to decide.
Something tells me they already have.
Honor Guard, reporting for duty. If you'll accept the position.
I accept. I am the High Speaker.
May your hammer strike true. You may take your leave. We will survive. We always do. I dismiss you. May your hammer strike true.
Unique? I got. It's not junk, it's treasure.
I'm listening. If you hear anything I need, let me know. You may take your leave.
My candle. Not lit.
We will survive. We always do.
You'll be back, right?
closer.
There's a cache of resources nearby. Find it before you have to fight over it. Looks like there's treasure nearby. And that means treasure hunters. Watch your back.